Hello, Sada. Hello, Rolkus. Sada, don't bully the bot, please. Rolkus, a 3-streak stream? A 3-streak stream? Amazing. What is it? He is. Bam. Hello. He is a clanker. How is everyone today? He's cute. Zuna is not on the couch sick. Zuna is there. She's playing with Chip because Chip wanted to play. Anyway, bought a fucking piano. Why'd you buy a piano? What? A, why? And B, piano? Why not? I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Always wanted to learn. Well, I mean, is it a big piano? Hang on. I should have done this earlier. Baby. Little baby streamer. Panda! Hello! Good evening. How you doing? Thanks for dropping by. Ooh, like a... As in, you spent $1,000? Oh. Oh, it's... Okay. Wait, grand piano? Yamaha P225. It's just a lot of letters there. I don't know what that is. Hang on, let me... What is it? Yamaha P-225. Oh. Oh. Hang on, I want to see if this works. Oh, hang on, I think it's on the wrong screen. Hang on, we'll find out. Hang on. Hang on. Didn't work. Hang on. Hang on. What's meant to be on that side? I don't know. This is stupid. Why is it not working? Hold on. Hold on. No, hang on. Underneath? Why did that not go? There we go. Hey, Leaf. Ah, Will. I've missed chat. Why no Discord ping? Was there no Discord ping? Interesting. That is... The Discord ping didn't work.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you know.
I keep saying I was gonna fix it and
you're the... I can't hear, but... Discord ping. Hello, Will. Hello, Leaf. Wait, did I miss something? Ah! Sada! Thanks for gifting a subby. Oh, subby. Top-notch streaming. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Alright, Panda. You got the... Panda redeemed stand. I got a stand.
I like that you're shouting at me.
Alright, I'm standing. You happy now? You happy, Panda? The Discord isn't out, everyone. Correct. If you... I believe if you, gave yourself the role of... You either want both or you want not Marty, I believe you should get pinged.
The ping doesn't work in the message. It's the message that's broken.
Well, I can't hear you because I've got headphones on.
It's the message that's broken, not the ping.
It's the ping that's broken, not the message.
You're a fuck.
You heard it here first. I'm going to blame Zuna on this one. We can just blame Zuna. So this is what you got? This one. Portable piano? Or did you get one of these? Well, this one. Oh, that's the same one. Yep. Do you have like a little stand for it? Or no stand? Oh, the stand and pedals too. So Sada got this one. Ah. This one here. That's looking really cool. And you had space for it? Because it's fucking heavy. Oh, I bet. No, you don't have space. So whereabouts is it? Is it in your room? Or the living room? Or outside? Oh. Oh, so you've... Oh. Okay, so... You get it for Christmas. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hell yeah. I used to play piano when I was a wee little boy. Can't play it now, though. I got tiny hands. Can't do it. But, Panda, I'll take good care of it. Will you, Panda? Did you learn to unplay it? Yes. Yes. I think so. I forgot how to do piano. But I did have a keyboard at growing up, and I could play one of the songs from Assassin's Creed 2 because I was obsessed. And then yeah, I guess I just forgot. So, what you playing tonight? Well, there's a lot of hype at the moment for Half-Life 3, so I thought I'd just start at the start again and play some Half-Life or Black Mesa, the remake of... Oh my god. This is why I'll never progress as a streamer, Zuna. I'm being held back.
I am your progress, bitch.
Panda Payday, I will fight you. Yeah, I don't know who would win that fight, actually. Sada v Panda. Luckily my fingers are long, or so I'm told. Wait, why Half-Life 3 hype again? So, there's been a lot of speculation and... I'm gonna ban you, Zuna. You're banned. So why the Half-Life 3 hype? So there's a lot of rumors, speculation going around that there's going to be another announcement. Valve have more up their sleeve. But they're currently working on a project that has got the strings that have been data mined strings with the codename HLX in it. So, So there is the rumor is, or the hopium at the moment, is that it'll be in the next... because of the hardware. So, well, that was... So there's kind of been a bunch of things. So people always had an idea that there was going to be a announcement this year in the back half, but no one really knew when. So I think the gist of it was going to be November, December. But then, yeah, out of nowhere, people were like, oh, there's going to be an announcement on the 12th or around the 12th, which ended up being the hardware. And then there's other people saying that wasn't the big announcement. So, I don't know, I got my hopes up again. So, woo! Oh, fuck. Stream didn't hear it. Fix my shit. What do you mean, fix my shit? Oh, no. That's good. No, it's not on this scene. I haven't added it to this scene. That's right, I'll come out of this one. Boop. Actually, I don't think this one will hear it too, actually. Oh shit, do I have to add it? Fuck. Where is it? Audio. Yeah, no, it's not in this one either. I do have to fix my shit. Okay, I'll fix my shit. Yes, so the frame, I was talking to Zuna about it. I think I'll probably hold off. I'm very excited for, I think, all of them. And I think I'll hold off on getting any of them just to see, like, the first round go out and see the issues that arise with them. And just, issues and just kind of... Valve are pretty good with their hardware, especially with the Steam Deck, with that was the latest one. So I'm hoping there won't be any issues, but people will always have issues. So I'm curious about even the minor issues of this first round, but I would probably be looking at the frame and maybe a controller. But yes, no, very exciting. Poor people. You're calling Will poor people? Half-Life 3 never happening, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I mean, that is also a thing, but they are working on a Half-Life project. So take that as you will. Worst scene ever. Yes, correct. Have to agree with Sada. Half-Life 3 is never happening. Again, they are working on a Half-Life project, but yeah. There was rumor, speculation that there was going to be an announcement and release this year, I believe, or announcement, but yes. Hopefully in the next week. Hopefully. Why was my sneeze so loud? I didn't hear it, so... wasn't that loud. But you are a loud sneezer. The hands-on reviews of the frame I've seen so far are pretty great. Yes, yeah, so... I'm pretty excited to see what happens. Obviously, the review copies are a very small group of people as well. So once the consumers get their hand on it, there'll be a bajillion out there. So more issues will probably rise up. But yes, no, there probably won't be any issues. I've seen people complain about, I think it's the color monotone something fading in. Fuck, I don't know. I don't really. My VR headset that I did use was the Vive, HTC Vive, ages ago, and it was pretty good. I don't know what all the complaints are, but yeah, I'll probably get a frame at some point so I can get back into playing VR games. LTT's video on it was really good. Yeah, so I've watched that one. I watched Digital Foundry, and I watched a couple others as well. No chip. Stop! It's going to be Half-Life Alyx 2. That would just be Half-Life 3. They're not making a VR project. They actually even said there's no VR projects in development. So they're all working on flat-screen games. There you go.
He's just too cute. How can you hate him? How?
You're so weird. Don't lick. Go away. Take him away. A Valve working on Team Fortress 3. Yeah, so that's another thing. There have been strings data mined with the code name TF in it. I think it was TFX. So yes, again, it could be internal, but they are playing around with Team Fortress assets and things in Source 2. Streaming 3 days behind chat. Yeah, fuck. I'm getting there, Zuna. Jesus. Stream heard the sneeze. Yeah, well, I didn't. These noise-cancelling headphones are pretty good. You had a Vive and a Vive 2. Ooh, yeah, I wanted to get an Index, but that was 2K, and I didn't have the money at the time, and I was really sad. But yeah, I really enjoyed the Vive. I got custom eye padding around because the default ones, or the ones that came with it, weren't good for my sweating. Because up here in Queensland, it's very sweaty, and I'm a very sweaty boy. So I had to get custom made, like, leathery ones, which didn't soak in the sweat. And it was really good. So I'm hoping that the frame, it seems pretty customizable, what they've shown. So hopefully we can get that type of customization with that one as well. I'm amazed there isn't a VR project in dev with the new VR hardware. Yeah, so there's not one that we know. From what journalists and esteemed people, reputable reporters on it, there are, I think, 2 demos to showcase the hardware, which obviously haven't been announced yet. So that'll probably potentially come with the price, or the pre-orders, or like announced at least. But yeah, so there might be a VR demo and then a demo to showcase the controller for the flat screen, but we don't know. We don't know. It's been 84 years. God dang it. Chipstream. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Sweaty Gamer. I wanted an index. My hardware wasn't up to scratch, and it was almost never available on Oz. Yeah, so I think EB Games had exclusive selling rights. Ow, don't bite. Okay. EB Games had exclusive selling rights in Australia, and yeah, they never had them in stock. Okay. The eyes in the background, scary. Overseem has confirmed that all hardware will be available in Australia at time of launch. Yeah, well, they better be, because they had the warehouse in Australia. That was that big launch back in 2024 at the PAX. They attended PAX because they were super excited to bring Steam Decks to Australia. So I'd be concerned if they did all that and then didn't have the hardware available day one. But very excited. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping for a... don't bite. Hey. Yeah. Viciously attacked. Sir. Ow. Okay, there we go. Where was I? Facing Chip in the Octagon win. Yeah, I think he would win. He would win, for sure. Yeah, why wouldn't I want to bet? Yeah, why not? Why not? You want to see beans? Look at that. Ow. Okay, alright, ow. Okay, Jesus. Sorry for butthole. That's probably against TOS there. But yeah, I'd be concerned if Steam brought out this hardware and then didn't bring it out on day one here because of they've got this warehouse. I think it would really show issues with the production and distribution if they didn't. So, but very exciting. I'm keen to see the price points for it all. Okay, all right. You, sir, are going with Mum. There we go. Well, hello, Dan. Kitten's going well. How's Daddy? Looking very clean? Oh, I'm telling you, I'm not. Head's not shaved. Beard's looking rough and ragged. Not clean at all. But you, though, ooh, you're always looking very submissive and breedable. But I did shower, so there is that too. There is that. Cool. Okay, so kind of keen to just get into game. Dan, thank you for subscribing. I noticed my fucking alerts didn't work, but thank you for subscribing. I don't need to tell you again that there are currently no benefits for that, and there is absolutely no need to do that. But I appreciate you, and wow, I thought I subbed for 6 months last time. Wow. I thought you did too. We have a quick gander. Yeah, it says, yeah, Danger Dan, 86, subscribed for 6 months at tier 1. That was last month. So I'm not sure what has happened there. I don't know how to sort that out. Is there something I can do to give you that month back? Or, heck, the 6 months back? How can I do that? Queenie, hello! How you doing? You can't sleep. That's a shame. But, hopefully I can ease you into Sleep Town. Maybe. Also, my desk feels really low. I'm standing and it feels low. How high? I don't even know how high my desk goes, and I don't wanna risk it. That seems pretty good. How do I set that? I think that. Cool. Fuck, now it feels too high. That's right, I'll figure it out. What have I missed? Yeah, so Panda, with all the talks about Half-Life and the hype there, I was thinking about playing the first Half-Life or the remade Black Mesa. Both amazing games, but one is obviously better than the other because it's the original. Cheeky slap and tickle under the table. You know it, Sada. There's enough space there under, actually. How is the new desk? Pretty good. Spacious. Very, very spacious. And everything is magnetic, so it's really good. Really good. If you need a new desk, might be time to upgrade to a Secret Lab Magnus Pro or Pro XL. Secret Lab, if you are watching, if you ever watch this, if you ever see this at all, I'm always down for anything. Sponsorship. I make games, Secret Lab. You wanna sponsor a game dev that also streams, that has 2 of your products? Always. There you go, not a short king now. Queenie, I'm always short. Not sure about king, but I'm definitely short. Zuna, Megabonk nerd, are you playing Megabonk? Let's have a look. Oh, someone's playing Megabonk. And they're on the menu. You, Dan be bonkin'. Dan is a bonk. Although, it kind of hurt that Zuna's not playing it. Although she's offline, she could be playing it. You can be. Honestly, you probably are. You probably are. Show us your skills in bonk. Oh, fuck. maybe I'll just do one quick game of bonk and then I'll get into it. Fuck, I'm starting to sound like Dan. Just one bonk. A single bonk. One bonk can't hurt. Did you say 80? 80k plus run or bust. Alright, gonna move that over there. Let's have a look-see. Come on. Come on, bonk. God, it takes so long to show. Do I have to? I shouldn't need to. This is... The bonk is full screen. Why does bonk not show? Wait, is bonk full screen? There it is. Stupid. Yeah, so, we got Dan, and we've got, oh, you don't see... So we've got Dan down here at 13k, and then we've got, it looks like it says Pookie 3. I'm confirming that I don't have 2 other Pookies on my friend list. It's just not including the sign that, that shows the little love heart. It does look like I've got 3 Pookies when you look at it like this, so that is not the case. Has no gear victory in DRG Survivor or Bust. Wow. I'm shocked you only have 3.7 hours in ROR2. Oh, Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain 2. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Risk of Rain. It wasn't, I don't think I was superly taken by it. But again, I don't think I've really put enough time and effort into it. You're third in line. Zuna. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, no, you're talking about Pookie 3. Yeah, you're third in line. You're 7th and third in line. And like, look at my score. Yeah, I mean, these were on a couple good runs. I've had plenty of bad runs. Plenty of bad runs. Let's go. I don't really like. You know what? Let's go monk. Let's go monk. Panda Blasphemy. Yeah, there's just something about Risk of Rain that I'm not overly addicted to, I guess. Same with Vampire Survivors. I've played that quite a bit, but not enough for me to be like, whoa. I think I've definitely been more addicted to this than those ones. Pookie Dan 1. Dan, I will change you to Pookie 1. Don't tempt me. Sada, you should get this, honestly. You would enjoy it. This is your kind of game. Panda, do I get the Megabonk and see if I can beat Zuna's score first try? Yes, get Megabonk. I don't think you'll be able to beat... oh, actually... Maybe. Maybe. Minus Clover Pit. Yeah, I did play some Clover Pit, actually. I enjoyed it. But I think I prefer... Balatro or this. I was quite addicted to Balatro for quite some time. Yes. This is digital crack, yes. I just spent money. My birthday is coming up, though. Do you need a, Do you want a birthday present, Sarah? Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. XP time. Woo! Yeah, look, the this one, whilst yes, there is a lot of blue, like the little blue capsules you can collect and run around for. It's really dodging. Yeah, gimme crit damage. It's about dodging and then obviously min-maxing. Only if I'm the present. Ooh. You're right. Oh, there's a chest down there, though. Gimme. Oh, wait. Is there blue capsules in Risk of Rain 2? I haven't played it for quite some time. When I say quite some time, I mean... just a trench coat on your front door. My birthday is coming up. Maybe I get myself a little trench coat? Maybe? Maybe that could be my birthday present, and then Sada's birthday present could just be me. Perfect. I'm not doing too good this one. I'm back to where I started. There's something up here. There it is. Oh, there's a head down there. I'll take the head. Luck. Give me the luck. Stone Golem. As long as it's not fucking Chungus. Luck. Ooh. Speed. How about... Sada, how about 1 but 3 times? Oh my god. Moldy cheese. That didn't go so well. We can make that happen. Alright. Glasses. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's health. Gimme. Whew. I'm not doing good at all this one. Alright. What's that? What's that? Ooh, time stop. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, that one. XP. We command Necron's Bonk. Ooh! Yeah, we need to do another paint date at some point. That's what we need to do. But it's such a busy time for everyone. Stupid Christmas. Alright. We're bouncing. Ooh. Did did you just get bonked, Dan? Fuck. Gold chest. Yoinkies. Ufjuga, you're not doing a lot to those guys. Yeah, I know I'm not doing a lot to those guys. I know. Ah. I'm not at all. Damn it, unemployed, free time, shakes fist. Look, we have a little bit of free time. Like, tomorrow morning. And then a little bit on Sunday. Not much, though. Maybe. Dan, I feel like you just died. Fuck, I hate these runny dudes. Ooh. Replies in free time. Now you and Z spend all your free time recovering from chip attacks. I think it's just me recovering from chip attacks, actually. Chip loves to attack me. Oh my god. At least I'm getting it with some damage. God, 4 minutes. This is... I think this is one of my worst runs. Ooh! Worst runs as of late. Go size. Kill him! Kill him! Ah, fuck off. Oh my god. Look at them all down there. Ooh. Look at them all. Project count. Project count? Projectile count. Oh my god. Kind of fucking word. I have to be up at 6 AM for my son's 8 AM basketball game. Rip. Ugh. 8 AM. I do remember when I used to play sports, and it was always stupidly early. Cricket was the worst. You'd have to wake up at fucking 6, I think. Actually, no, cricket and golf. Golf was early. It was disgusting. Alright, that's one basically down. Oh. Nah. I saw a basketball game equals sleep more. Yeah. Well, I hope you're, Dan, if you're still here and you haven't jumped off yet, I hope you're, there we go. Little guy does well in b-ball tomorrow. I'm gonna not die here. I'm not gonna die. Gonna get 80k for your son. I'm dedicating this run to your son and his b-ball game tomorrow. Early mornings are my vibe. Know your vibe. Getting up in time for my 8 to 5 work is early is rough enough. Yes. Yes, just waking up at all is hard. You know? Oh, go away. Oh my god, there's so many. I mean, this is my own fault, really. Ooh. You'd never leave. Oh, well. Oh my god. Fuck off. Chungus, go away. I haven't seen any, magnets. Fuck. Oh, Yellow, what have you got for me? Ooh, fuck. That one's good. I want that one. I can't die. I can't. I need 500 more coinies. And then it's just GG. GG, I win. Oh, what are you? Yeah, alright, I'll take you. Fuck off, Chungy. I need another weapon. That's what I need. Is there... Oh, I did see... Ooh. Maybe it's one of those green ones in the middle. Oh my god, go away. Where is it? This way. Yeah, 50 seconds. God, no. No. Alright. Alright, what I'm doing. You... Oh my god, this is a terrible run. Absolutely shite run, this one. Oh no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I was saving money. Fuck. Jesus. Not a good run at all. Why haven't I seen a magnet? I think if I get a magnet, it'll basically be game over. Surely. Surely. Somewhere in this world, there has to be a magnet. I swear I saw one. Oh my god, go away. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Yeah, I get it. Final swarm. Fuck. Oh, I didn't want to do banana, but that's all I got. And that was bullshit. Alright, we'll go again. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. We'll do monk again. Yeah. This is how pro do this. You spoke too soon, Queenie. You spoke too soon. Oh. Of course. I just saw my camera. Fuck, it's something to do with the hardware. I'm 20% sure it's... Not hardware, sorry, software. We're just going to change it to that. Is that going to work? Is that going to work? Are you going to work? Oh my god. Technical issues galore. No, it should. I'll have to do that again. Silly. Absolute silly town. Yeah, so I've got to sort that out. I was really hoping that it wouldn't do it again. But here we are. Here we are. Yeah. It might do it again. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. God, it was going to be such a good run if I got the other thing. It's katana. Alright. Where am I going? Over this way. Going up. Kill him. Kill. Kill. Thank you. We are going to go 10% damage to elites. Crit damage. You got this, Monkey Man. Yeah, after the last game, maybe not. Go that one. Projectile County Wounty. That one. I'm gonna get you. Make it a little bit more dangerous. Oh, I want that fur. The top one needs some more money. Oh my god. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. That was a mistake. Kill him. Kill. There we go. Oh, chest. Yep. Good damage. Give me all this XP. Got XP tome. Projectile count. Money. Money, money, money. So the trick is to make it a little bit more difficult. When I say a little, I mean a lot. Because we're aiming to get you. Aiming to get the cursed tome, which will make it harder with each level of it. But we need more XP. We need more enemies. Extra jump. Yoink. We go up. Yes. Go to here. Demonic blood. Got enough for this chest. Alright. Another demonic blade. I'll take it. Another 1.2 to projectiles. We go XP. There's a magnet down there. That's cool. We've only done half the map. Let's check the rest. Oh, there's a thing down there. Ooh! Almost got trampled by corpse? 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 I know me saying it 3 times doesn't doesn't make it easy to understand. Scorps. Oh, wah. You made a wah. Yeah, I hate the scorpions. Scorpussy is the worst. I'll take it. I don't want to use you at all. You're stuck. You. There we go. Alright. Make it harder. Ooh, gold chest. Scorpussy's the fucking worst. I tried to get to tier 3 on the desert. And I was doing really well. Really well. So well that I thought it was going to be the run to do tier 3. And then I forgot that I did the statue where you spawn more bosses, and I may have done it like 5 or 6 times, or the maximum amount on that level. I forget how many. Anyway, there was a lot of them. Fish! Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Thanks for dropping by. We'll get that one. What's Scorpussy? Scorpussy is a boss in the desert level of this one. And its name is Scorpussy, and it's the actual worst. I think that and the main boss in the desert level sucks, but makes it harder. Yes. And it absolutely sucks. Major dong. Ooh. Where am I going? You know what? I'll do you. We'll go luck. Luck. None of you. We'll go luck. We'll go luck again. XP. There you go, katana. None of you. I'll go you. Accurate. Hey, fish lips. Your damage to enemies is better. Yes, no, I'm going better on this one. There we go. Going much better on this one. It's just such a RNG with starting it. It's one little thing, like not getting weapons, can really just fuck your run. Yep. But I've been trying to unlock the cactus item. I spent a whole hour and got 9 extra kills for it. Is that the... That's not the one where you have to kill the boss with the, the boss with the... Oh no, that's the one where you've got to kill the cactus ones with thorn, isn't it? I haven't even tried that one. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Marty's busy right now. Daddy's busy bonking. Fuck, no, I've said that before. Oh, I feel disgusting now that I've said that again. But the original time, the first time I said it was for the cat. Because it got in the way. And there's no cat this time. So I just said it unironically. Just gave myself the fucking yuck. Marty, no one told me you were a socialite. Not now, getting daddy's bonking. Oh, fuck. Make it more difficult. So I found the XP tome and the luck tome really good. If you can level up your XP tome early, you can get to... The highest level I have got in tier 1, I think, was 46. And I got, like, the XP tome to... Fuck, I can't even remember. Oh my god. No. New. Magnet. Gimme. Dan. Thank you for checking in. 3 soggy meatballs. Gross. That's gross, Dan. In your pocket? Surely there's a better place to put them. And then luck increases, I think, the quality of things or items to get each time you level up. So, wait, where'd my others go? 1 soggy meatball. Yeah, I'm thinking of Zuna's blobs. Yes, yeah, no. The daily check-ins here, I think, shouldn't be different. So I had a run going today, and it was going to. Oh, chat. No, what are you doing? Go up, chat. Go. Why are you not going up? There we go. So the run going today, and it was going to be goated. I stole it from a YouTube guy, the build. Then I accidentally kicked out my laptop power cord because I was poking too hard and killed my run. No fish! Ah, oh, that's the worst. 35k kills in T2. God. It sucks when you get such a good run going and then you just get edged. Edged like that. Absolute worst. The power cord couldn't have been kicked out just after the run? No. Pogging too hard as well, statement. Okay, so I can't quite stand still at the moment, but that's okay. It's just these fucking elites. Ugh. Got Zuna's blobs on my mind, yo. How about don't get Zuna's blobs on your mind? You dirty, dirty boy. How the fuck you get 35k in T2? That would be the cursed... Cursed tome. And being good, Dan. Fuck. Today I found out my sister's laptop has water damage. Ooh, that's exciting. I hope you found that out in a safe environment. Go away. Stop. Don't corner me. Go away. Danny, I've realized that spamming difficulty and XP gain is the key to big number. Yes. No, 100%. 100%. 100% XP. Difficulty. If you can level up your XP early, then things should just work out. But it turns out a submerged power pack isn't great for longevity. No. Doesn't sound good. Oh, stop. Moldy cheese. Dan, I'll yell at you if you don't keep on doing it. Ooh, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. We'll make an extra boss. Why not? There was a magnet somewhere. Over here. There it is. Gimme. I'm gonna go luck. I'm gonna go XP. We're gonna go katana. Fuck, should've gone banana. We're gonna go katana. XP. 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 This one. In T1 XP difficulty, cheese and extra boss is also the green credit card. Yes, the green credit card's really good, and if you can get the red credit card at the same time, even better. Because I think the green does luck, and the red does damage. Or the other way around. That one. Da, 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 30. Yeah. Alright, come on. Boop. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to jump. You know what? Gimme. Bow, 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 bow. You know what? Let's go this one. Let's go banana. That one. Yeah, green's like red is damage, yeah. My current go-to set home setup is luck, XP, difficulty, and chaos. Yeah, I don't think I've got chaos. Yeah, so at the moment I go XP, luck, precision, and cursed. I don't have the chaos, because chaos, I believe, is the real fucked one to get, right? That's the one where you've got to bend over backwards, count to 10, and let someone diddle you, right? It's real fucking hard. I think I've avoided doing that one. Because that's, yeah, that's the one where you've got to do all the tomes, right? Not the tomes, the... what do you call them? The ones that you... No, not the spirits, I don't know what you call them, but that one you've got to... The key item is also great to do... The shrines, yes, the shrines, yeah. I've attempted it, but I can't do it. Ooh, 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 push the rock on me. Push the rock. Oh, there we go. No, back. Push it back. Yes. Get luck. Oh, they get under it. That's not cool. Ooh! I was getting pushed. Fuck, what level was I? How many kills did I get? 43. 3.4. Not amazing. Not amazing. Let's hope this one's better. Surprisingly easy compared to this stupid cactus nonsense. Oh. See, I thought the... Fuck, I banished it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that at all. That's right. That's right. See, I thought the 3 shrines challenge was meant to be hard. I haven't done it yet. I haven't attempted it yet. Just because I've just heard the bad things about it, so... Yeah, look, I didn't mean to banish it. It just happened. What's this time? Alright. Yeah, let's do it. He called me an idiot. I'll get this one. Wait, ooh. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be amazing. But it'd be cool to actually kill the tier 3 boss with this guy. Because I haven't yet. Not let me get the shrine. Fuck. There we go. Cool. It is dynamic zoom and 2 weapons. No difficulty. Then just use the map to make sure you get them all. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'll give that one a go with that strat. Very excited for the Warhammer Vampire Survivors. Yes, that, until I see something, I'm just going to assume it's going to be fucking amazing. I hope they don't botch it, because that could be really cool. Go projectile count. Sure, give me something else. As long as I don't accidentally banish that one. Fuck off, Chungus. Oh, piggy. Let's old piggy. Get XP. It's reskin Vampire Size by the looks of it, but 40k and... Fuck. That's what I get for looking elsewhere. Ugh. Yeah, so if it's a reskin Vampire Survivors, cool. But I think I would also, after playing this, I think I would like a 3D version of it too. I think that could be really cool. Fuck. Ah, I don't do enough damage. I don't do enough damage to one-shot things. Ugh. Ugh. That wasn't enough XP to get... Oh, there we go. Cool. This one. We got XP. Why'd I stop? Stupid. Get this one. Ooh. Fucking swarm. Oh, nice. Not nice. Not nice. Oh, fuck. Where are they? Over here. Nah. Monk doesn't sound like Marty. Ooh. You're right. Ooh, not alright. Oh, I forgot you could spawn up here as well. Go away. Rock. Not monkey confirmed. That makes much more sense. Oh my god. Look at all this XP. Gimme. Ow. But where are the power-ups? Give me the fucking power-ups. Nothing. XP over here. There's one. Nice. I'm going to take you. Thank you. Do you? Oh, okay. I'm just going to go in the middle. Probably going to regret this. I'm alive. Still a little cough, but no longer dying. Just tired from a lot of travel and hard work. Yeah, you've been all over the place. Bunch of flights. Leaving me. You know? Crazy. That's right. It was Zuna in the hand background. It was. Good times. I do miss seeing background Zuna hand. Now, you guys were getting too attached to Zuna in the background, so this is... Zuna's been banned from my stream now. Oh, there's chest! Gimme! Gimme chest! Gimme! Fuck, why isn't something good? Give me a yellow. Oh, this was bad. This was bad. Ooh. Where are the Chonguses? The Chongus bros? Oh my god. Fuck off. Stop it. You're chasing me like I owe you fucking money. Go away. Go away. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. I just want to get out of here. There we go. We're good. We're good. Oh, there was a chest. Oh, hey, up. Hey. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Interactables. Ghosts. Ghosty woasties. Just need to interact with shit now. Should have seen start of stream. Yeah, you were here at start of stream, yes. Me too, you what?
He was screaming.
Pardon?
He was screaming.
I was screaming. I'll scream at him. If he bites me ankles again, he's dead. He's a dead boy. Oh no. Ugh. I'm gonna get... That's not the power-up I would like, though. Oh, there's Chungus, though. Can I fuck Chungus? Serpentine. Yes, pretty much. This entire time I've just had to Serpentine. Or Serpentine. Bring back the Zuna hand. Dan wants more of your hand.
Oh, does he now?
Chungus is fucking meat.
Scandalocious, Stan. Scandalocious.
It's a Zuna raid. No, it's not Zuna. No, don't, no, stop. No, what are you doing?
I'm not on camera.
You're not on camera, good.
I'm not here.
You're not. Give me. Oh, fuck off. Another boss. Alright, that's one boss down. Hammer. Why is there a part of the map that I just haven't looked at yet? Gosh, she's neat. God. Gee willikers. Staring Gollum. Hello, Mr. Gollum, man. I do nothing to him. Oh, I'm getting reamed. I'm getting absolutely... Why? The question is why? Is there a magnet somewhere? There's got to be a bunch of XP everywhere. There's nothing on the map. Yeah, you two. Now I'll get axes. Yeah, I'll do. Grab you. Ooh. Ooh. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to get that chest. Ah! Marty, would you be up for a tabletop 40k game in Tabletop Simulator? I've done it with Will a couple times. It's fun. I'd be down to give it a whirl. I've never played 40k tabletop, so it'll be a learning experience for me. What'd you tap? You've stressed me out now. What have you done? Yeah, I've got none. Oh, there's head. Give me. Yeah, I'm not doing too good this one. I do need a... Oh my god. Yeah. This one is a end run, methinks. Cackling Zuna. Dan said you were cackling, and Sada said you were witch ass laugh Zuna. Don't keep on doing it.
I cater to the audience.
They're not saying they want more of it. Not now, kitten. Daddy's about to get bonked. Oh, fuck, there it is. Yeah, I've gone up 7 levels. Ugh, this is gross. How has this happened? I was on sort of a good run. More moldy cheese. I don't want cheese.
You'll take your cheese and you'll eat it.
I want a magnet, though. There's health. Health. Bomb. That could be a magnet there, actually. Where am I? There. To my right. To my right. Up here. I don't think that was ever going to work. Me when Daddy's eating magnets. Daddy had no magnets that time. Absolutely no fucking magnets at all. was gross. Alright. I'm done with bonks. We might come back to it later. Yeah, Dan. It's really good. You should make more Megabonk mascots. Please, Daddy. Please, Daddy. Hey, Zuna.
Yeah.
I got 7.8 that one. I would have beat your high score. Alright. So rude. Let's get good. Get good, Zuna. Alright, can I sit down now? Fuck, how long have I been streaming? An hour and 17. Surely that means I could sit down now, right? Surely. Okay, so what are we thinking? We can either play Half-Life or the remade Half-Life, and it's Black Mesa, which is a more modernized version of it, but it's a community one. So we've got Black Mesa or we've got Half-Life. Mandy was saying tonight, Danger Dan, how much they like your emotes because they're all neat, color schemes, and easy to find on mobile. Dan, I love your emotes. I absolutely fucking love them. Martin, I think you should be nicer to Zuna. No. No. No, that's not happening, Dan. I'm sorry. I vote Black Mesa because I've seen Half-Life 1 too many times. Okay. Maybe we do Black Mesa then. Although the nostalgia is neat. Yeah, when was the last... Okay, so the last time I played Half-Life... It says today because I installed it today. But it wasn't today. What about Black Mesa? Also today because I installed it today. Oh, fuck. But the... Oh, that doesn't help. Okay. Using the full fucking legal name like a disappointed dad. Yeah. My camera keeps on autofocusing. When? What am I doing? Is it me? Oh, it's because of the... Right, yes. Because I've had to... Yeah, oh my god, it is. What the fuck? I'm not even... Can't even tell you what it is. Ghosts. Has to be ghosts. Marty also going to get shafted during Zuna's Dagger Heart session? I hope so. I hope I get shafted. Action cam. I'm glad. I don't know why it's doing it. I have no idea. It shouldn't be. Technology. Can't even configure video. Stupid. Speak for yourself. I'm glad. Wait, Dan. What? Are you... Wait. Hold on. Are you... Wait. You're glad that Fish is having a stroke? Or are you glad that you're having a stroke? I'm confused. Shafted with my dagger and dagger heart. God, I wish I could ban you. Dagger to the heart, and you're to blame. Your role-playing character a little lame. Heck. Wow. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I did Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo, and we landed on Half-Life. So we're going to do Half-Life. So we'll see. Man and Fishy are the only two I aggressively ruzz up. I've just realised. Riz even. It's cute. Oh, come on. Are you wanting to be up here? There we go. Okay. Let's see if this works. Alright, I'm going to turn you off so you don't accidentally fucking... Okay, but you can't... If you're going to be on this desk, Chip, you got to learn to not move around. Yeah? Okay, love you. What was the other option? As in games? We got Half-Life, or we've got Black Mesa, which is the modern Half-Life, which has been a community-made one into a new game. Using a newer engine? Updated engine? Something. Can you stop hitting me with your tail, sir? And also rubbing against the boom? I'm not sure if that's actually affecting anything. If you don't rizz up the... Sir, can you... Don't bite the... Okay, off you get. No. Bite the fucking table. If you don't rizz up the homies, are you even homies? No. And you got to give them a little... before they sleep too. Loki, I would die for Chip. Yes. Same. Unfortunately. Ow! Ah! Fuck off! Don't... Come here. No, don't bite my ankles. You're making such cute noises as you do this, by the way. And it's concerning, because I think you're enjoying this. And I like my hand and my arm. Yeah? Okay. What's happening? What's happening here? You're throwing back. Yeah? Your mouth stinks, by the way, dude. Yeah, okay. Alright. You going into mum? Yeah? Oh. Alright. We're back. Fuck, that looked really... I looked really short when I walked into frame then. What have I missed? Justice for Chip. No, he's a devil. I haven't met Chip. What the fuck, Zuno? Yes. Yeah, soon. You should come over at some point. New Eve at our place? Yeah, we do live in a shoebox. I'm not sure, I'm not sure if we could have more than one person over. You've seen our place, Sada. Right? We were drunk. You were drunk? We were drinking. Surely. Shoebox party is still a party. Partit. Yes. Not the kickies. Yes, the kickies. My hand is fine for the moment, although that part's not. That kind of hurts. I'll stop doing whatever I was doing. Yeah, this does happen all the time, unfortunately. An adorable little menace? God, no, he is the devil incarnate. Mouth stinks, brush teeth. My cat's breath smells like cat food. Yeah, that or butthole, I don't know. It's something. Oh, fuck. Ow, my ankle really fucking hurts. He got it real good. Ouchies. Don't worry about it, Short King. Thanks, Fish. Zune will be turfing Chip back in the room in about... Honestly, fucker just meowed at the door. Well, we can put him in the bedroom for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I don't know. He's a problem. He's a problem. Did your... Oh, no. I have it's tiny, but I like to think it's cozy. Okay, wait. Oh. Sada, what are we talking about here? I have it's tiny, but I like to think it's cozy. Now, this could be a number of things. What are we talking about here? Oh, I was drunk, but I remember. Yes, okay. Oh, wait. Our apartment. Right. Yes, okay. No, we're all good. Our apartment. You talking about our apartment? Naughty corner for Chippy. If we had a naughty corner and he'd stay in the naughty corner, for sure, he would go there. He would go there. Hey, I'm sufficient, thank you. Yes, you are. You are sufficient. Don't worry about it, kitten. It's not small, it's cozy. Yes. Ah, fuck, my hand really hurts. Fuck. Ow. He like sinks his teeth further into my hand than each and every time. Alright, music's going off. Bloop. Bloop bloop. Is audio coming through? Not sure. I don't know. Thank you, Zuno. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Alright, we'll put that in the middle, sure, okay. Fuck, I'm gonna sit down. Down we go. Oh. Ass on the chair. Beautiful. There we go. This just feels right, you know? Now I think audio is going to come through. You son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, Sarah. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually taking screenshots. I think it's the sound of pressing a button, which then Valve used that sound for the screenshot sound effect. Man, that old Steam aesthetic is hitting me right in the feels. Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day. Having that this green theme of Steam and how it started. Check my overlay just in case. Yeah, there's no screenshots happening in Steam. I believe it's just the sound. Just go, and then we'll suss it out. God, it's annoying.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
How's the
This
sound?
automated
Too
train
loud?
is provided for the security and convenience of the Black Mesa Research Facility personnel. The time is 8:47 a.m.
Okay. Maybe I turn you back down to there.
Current topside temperature is 93 degrees, with an estimated high of
I didn't realize it was going to be so loud.
105.
I apologize to everyone
Black Mesa
on that one. Take me back to CS 1.5. Yeah, I like thinking about it.
This train is
And where Steam
inbound
started.
from level 3 dormitories
With the green overlay
Sector
and
C test labs and
can't. It's so loud. All right, you go down there then. I feel like that is still. Oh, unless it's this one.
your intended destination
I think it's that one. Let's put you down there with everything. There we go.
is a high security
How's that?
beyond
Is that-
Sector C.
That-
You will need to return to the
That looks better on the levels, but I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. Much better. Okay. Okay, yeah, so the MP3 volume is the... Yeah, okay, so it's not sound effects as you'd think it would be. Might turn it down just a switch more. My sound blaster. There we go. Alright. Gee willikers. Yeah, so the green aesthetic and just remembering how everyone used to hate Steam because of the... I think it was like just clunky. I had no issues with it, I don't think, but there were people that didn't like it because it was clunky or ugly, hard to use, whatever.
Smoking, eating, or drinking are
But it's
permitted
come a
within
long
the
way.
Black Mesa transit
Come a
system.
long way.
Please keep your limbs
Load them
inside the
MP3s
train
onto your
at all
256
times.
megabyte MP3
Do
player and
not
have a
attempt
great
to
time reading your music
override
everywhere.
until
Cops
the
and
train
Sound
has
Blaster
come to a
Audigy
complete
FX
halt
on my desktop
at the
that I bought for
station
Zuna 4 years ago when she was having
In
sound
the
issues.
event of an emergency, passengers are to remain seated and await further instruction. If it is necessary to exit the train, disabled personnel should be evacuated first. Please stay away from electric
Honestly,
rails.
they really were.
Proceed to an
The
emergency station until assistance arrives.
I remember Nvidia cards would have, even ATI cards would have just 3D characters that were super unrelated to anything, and they looked whack. And that was cool. That was cool. They're gone now, though. Sadly. Yeah, I was way too young to whinge about it as well. I could play half HL2, and I could play Counter-Strike Source. That's all I needed. I could play Dave Defeat Source. That's all I needed. And then they started expanding to other games.
Level 3 facility.
Unrelated, but hey, anyone in chat want to Sound Blaster or GFX? 3D everything, honestly. Honestly. Red Faction was my after-school special. Yeah.
May depend on your fitness.
Fuck.
Do you have a friend?
Red Faction Guerrilla, I played the shit out of on PlayStation 3. Red Faction Guerrilla Warfare? Red Faction Guerrilla. I forget, but it was good. The online multiplayer blew my mind. I don't think I ever played multiplayer Red Faction. Oh my god, I knew you were a real one, Marty. Dave Defeat absolutely got it. Honestly, I wish they brought it back. I got into Dave Defeat Source after it hit its peak, I believe. And then the servers that I did play were never full, but I played the fuck out of it, and I wish they would do another one. I got Counter-Strike 2 going, just bring Dave Defeat 2. Hey yo! Hey yo! Gorilla Demastered is good, even has all the bugs. That's new, right? I don't think I've played the remastered version of them.
Your future depends on it.
Red Faction multiplayer on 56k dial-up against Americans. Hell, the ping, my lord. Oh. That actually reminds me. Obviously not as old as you, Dan. You're still young at heart, though. Still love you. No, I would play HL2 Deathmatch. And it was just fucked because there were no Australian servers, it was all American. There might be one or two Australian ones, but no one in Australia was fucking playing that. Everyone was playing Counter-Strike 1.5 and Counter-Strike Source, but no one was really playing Deathmatch, and I absolutely loved it. Then I got into Gary's Mod when that was still, oh god, like Gary's Mod 5 or 4 or whatever. The remaster is good, and I didn't even play the original. Oh, that's awesome. I think I haven't played the original Red Faction. But yeah, Guerrilla. I think I've got it on Steam, actually. Let me have a look. Oh, no, I do have Red Faction Guerrilla Remastered. I haven't touched it, though. Yeah, I haven't really touched it. Gmod prop. Hunt. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, when Gary's Mod was a mod and not a standalone. Yeah, so those were the days. There was also a mod for HL2 called Source Sports that I fucking loved, and again, there were no Australian servers for that.
Hey, Mr. Freeman, I had a bunch of messages.
That's cool. Bunch of messages. Be gone. I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, no, I actually played the fuck out of Gary's Mod as well. You know what? Why did that move my vision up?
Hello there.
First properly online PvP game I got into was TF2. I was single player man mostly. Yeah, I played the fuck out of Team Fortress 2 as well. Absolutely played the fuck out of it. I think that was the first game.
My God,
There we go.
what are you doing?
Oh my god, that was disgusting. No. Is it that one? I think that, yeah, that feels better. OG Red Faction Define Environment Damage. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately I haven't played it, but I loved...
Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
The 37th Mandela. Mark Laidlaw. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, give me my suit. Oh shit, for having the Halo Idol hat. Oh yeah.
Ah, hello, Gordon Freeman. It's good to see
Yeah, I've got
my
a lot of the hats. I got the Idol one, like the Halo was
parameters are still nominal.
not cheating one, wasn't it?
Sir. Looks like you're in the barrel today.
I forget the reason for it. I just played the hell out of Warcraft, CS 1.5, 1.6, CSS servers, and Surf. Ooh, Surf maps on CSS. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. Then let's go with MMOs. My life hasn't been the same. Yeah, I haven't really got into MMOs. I think I tried getting into Star Wars: The Old Republic, but yeah, never have I got into it. Kind of something with my life. If it wasn't for WoW. Yeah, I've never played WoW, and I'm not really interested. But it's crazy how they're still going with expansions. Tip 2 Hello was given to anyone who didn't join idle servers to farm drops. I think I have it?
Gordon, here you are. We just
I think I have it, but I also think that I've joined idle servers to farm drops. I forget.
Bit of gamble, but we need the extra resolution.
The administrator is very
Yeah,
concerned that we got
yeah,
conclusive
fish.
analysis of today's sample. I gather they went
I mean, I'm also doing well-ish, but I was derailed from high school because I would say of Half-Life 2, Left 4 Dead. I was late to school many times because I played Left 4 Dead in the mornings. Mum and Dad would have gone to work, and that would be the perfect time to play games. And yeah, I could get a game or two in before school. I'd have time. Anyway, I didn't have the time, and I would get to school late. Yeah, so HL2, Episode 1, Episode 2.
Yes, but with good reason. This is a rare opportunity for us.
That era of games.
First sample we've seen yet.
So hopefully there's something soon, and that'll rejuvenate those kind of games as well.
I don't know how you can say that. Although I will admit that the possibility of a resonance cascade
Left 4 Dead
scenario
was so
is
good.
extremely unlikely.
I did like split shift, sleep in high school, stay up till like 1 or 2 playing games, sleep till 7:30, go to school, come home, sleep till 5, rinse and repeat. Ooh, the dream. Yeah,
I have complete confidence in you.
Go ahead. Let's let him in now.
I did not the same, but there would be times where I would just play games so late that mum or dad would wake up at a clock or something,
Testing.
and then just be like, "You need to get off the computer." Mum really didn't like me playing games. Well, look at me now, Mum. I'm making games and playing them. Whatever. I believe in Half-Life 3. Soon. Yes. Yes, soon. Soon. I'm trying not to get hopes up, but I'm also getting in with the hype. But anything can happen. There is also a chance that we'll get HL3 before GTA 6 as well. Dan, it is. Shut your mouth. It is going to happen. And it's going to happen soon. Hopefully. HL3 launch on Steam console. Yeah, so that's what kind of the theory is that they'll announce before the end of the year, and then HL3 will be a launch title, potentially bundled with all the new one of the Steam. I am going to be insufferable when it happens. Yeah, so it would be really cool if they bundled it with one of the new, or all of the new hardware, whether it's the machine or the frame, similar to how they bundled Alex with the Index. Trailer within the coming 10 days. Oh. If that actually does happen, I think, like, it's just, I will, Zuna, this is the first time you've heard of it, but I probably will cry or tear up. And it sounds fucking sad to say, but, yeah. Source 2, HL3, and Steambox, let's go. Never played Alex. Fish, play Alex. There is a... If you don't want to fork out the money for VR, you can... There's a mod for a non-VR. My actual VR headset that I've got stopped working pretty much soon after I played Alex. But I installed a non-VR mod for Alex. And it's okay. It's not obviously the way it's meant to be played, but you kind of get the story and... but I would... So with the VR Fish, Valve worked really hard. There's different ways to do the locomotion. So if one way doesn't work, there'll be a couple other ways. But yeah, I get it. But yeah, they did a lot of work with the motion sickness. But if you do get VR, definitely play it. If you get the Steam frame, maybe hold off on playing that. But if you're not going to get a VR headset, I would probably just recommend just getting just Alex, and then getting the non-VR mod. What? Am I forgetting something? Am I forgetting something? There we go. Oh, I just didn't press the button. Saw the trailer in my dreams. It's soon. I was honestly really hoping for a trailer with the Steam hardware, as was everyone. Okay, come on.
Why didn't they listen?
Head crap.
Tried to
Head crap.
I never thought.
We have massive simulators at work with emergency training, etc., and I hate them. They make me feel sick, and they're like surround screens. I don't know how I could go with a TV strapped to my eye holes.
I'm afraid to move him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It sucks. If there's a... I know some places did.
You'll need me
I'm not sure if they're still around.
I'm sure the rest of the science team
But
will
there might be VR cafes around.
glad you oblige a fellow
Come on.
scientist.
Come on. Come over here. There. Do that. So there might be like VR cafes around where you book in for an hour and you can kind of play around with a bunch of games. I don't think they're as common now as they were some years ago, just because I think VR is not dead, but there's definitely a less of a need now, I guess, for VR. So hopefully the Steam frame can bring back, rejuvenate some VR love, but it's going to be really hard to.
Bring it on, Gordon.
He shot me. He shot me, so he dies. Oh, I forgot that was the burst. Huh. Wait. Oh. They didn't do that. Love it. Very cool. But no, I think it's going to be a very interesting few weeks, I think. Okay. Wait a second. Was that for the whole stream? Hang on, let me have a look. I don't think they were... It was for like half hour, right? Oh, fuck. Wait, say a specific word for the rest of the stream for 5 minutes. Okay. I need to change the wording on that one. See, for some reason I thought it was... I think it used to say for the rest of the stream. Let me out. Oh. Ow. Ah. Streamer fucked up. Ow. Nope. Can I pet that dog? I really hope they bring Hound Eyes back. If they are doing another game, I really hope they're bringing back Hound Eyes, because they were missing in the other games. Bah. 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 Oh, I forgot. They're not a one-shot in this. Pet that whack. Oh my god.
You won't even know
Health.
I'm here.
This mate got me a little head crab plushie for my birthday one year. I have a head crab plushie. It's very cute. It's one that's meant to fit on your head, but this one doesn't fit on my head. I think it's meant for children. I don't know. I'm a child. Was a child? I don't know. Oh fuck. Did I make a... Huh? I pressed E on that. I should have waited. From the Valve store. Yeah, I think... Fuck. This next one. No? This one. Yep. Ow. Ow. From the Valve store. Yeah, so... I wanted to get so much from the Valve store, actually. But... they were just so expensive to ship here. And I was obviously younger, too, so they didn't... It wasn't a good price. Because the shipping was like $100 or something. I never had that much. I have a massive melon, so it doesn't fit on my head, but I still sit on it sometimes. Trilby head crab. Honestly, could be a trilby. I think if you... Ow. Fuck. Forgot about that. Platformer. Ba-da-ba-ba. Coming up. The movement for this... Oh my god, stop. Movement for this is just so... old school. I forget if I can jump that. I don't think so. But... I'm gonna try. Yep. Oh, I forgot the fucking tight corridors in this as well. Wee. Not quite. Not quite. Yep. Oh my god. I'm just trying to get up the ladder. Let me go up. God damn. I don't think this was... I'm not sure if it's... I have a feeling that the movement's based on frames per second. Because it feels too fast. I wonder if I can, like... Of course. I'm not sure if I can force... Here at least. Frames. I have a feeling. Because it's just so quick. And I know these style games were fast-paced. To the offices, let's go. I know they were fast-paced, but this seems too fast-paced. Good ladder skills. If only you could channel Hopsworth. Yeah. I don't know, Hopsworth I feel would just jump. Bat. Rip. There you go, this way. Little buggies. Blap, blap. Jump at me. Jump. Hey yo. I forget, was this just a fucking secret? It's been that long. I think it was. So I should probably go. Stormies are picking up here. Night, Marty. Oh, Nightfish. Thanks for dropping by, man. I appreciate you. Barnacle. We gotta be a barnacle.
I done it was you. I let you in. Everyone's heading for the service. I'll get there.
Okay. I know there's
people in the land.
Oh man. It's been a while since I've played this, and I remember I always get stumped at this bit. Fucking hell. I don't have to use a barnacle to get up, do I? I go in here? Stupid. Electricity's off. Dumb. Dumb. Ugh. Jump. Jump at me. Ow. Okay, we're good. Why isn't it letting me go forward? There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good. Yep. Dead. Dead. Shotgun.
Man, did you see that shot?
Let me in. Let me in.
What is that smell?
Bruv. What? Stupid. Stupid. Come here.
Whoa, that was close.
Alright. I'm gonna wait 2 seconds and then go in. Stupid.
Ooh,
Kill.
something died down here.
Yum. Alright. No, I don't think there's anything else down here, is there? It's been a while. No. Let me go this way. No, you're meant to break... Fuck, you're meant to break through the whole thing. No, I killed you. I killed... Stupid. Eh. There we go. Let me... Yep. Nope. Okay. Okay. No, let me in. Let me. There we go. There we go. Ooh. 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 Let me give up. Going up. Cool. Cool. Cool, cool. There we go. Not on my watch, water gaunts. Ow. Dumb. Just vibing 420. Hello, how you doing? She is a doozy, indeed. Okay. Sir. Oh, it's very low on health there, actually. Yeah, he, oh my god. But he just died. I don't know why the other one didn't die. He should have. Oop!
Hey, what the hell are you doing down here? Get topside. I hear troops are coming in to save us. Yep. Last target for this time.
Yep. Okay. Oh, there's little grenades in there. Gimme your ammo. Get out of here. Well, honestly, they were armor specialists. Did I get... Oh, what? There we go. I don't know why that scientist didn't die though. Should have. Yeah, I don't know why I'm killing him. I don't think... Ooh. 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 but sometimes it's just quicker. And you gotta wait for them. Oh. I don't think they noticed me yet. Yep. Oh, that flicker is blinding. I'm not sure if they were helping. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Alright. Okay, we're good. Everything's done there. Yoink. Die. Stop! Okay. We're good. Now we've got to do some platforming. Through here. Oh, I need to move Olmate across. But where's the... Am I an idiot? Where was that again? Wasn't that... Found it. Right, okay, it goes backwards and forwards. Do that. Oh, it just goes... Okay, continues. I thought I had to move it into a position. I don't remember it going backwards and forwards, but it has been quite some years since I played this. Well, maybe I'm thinking of just a puzzle from Half-Life 2. I don't know what puzzle I'm thinking from Half-Life 2, though. Alright. I don't have the speedrun strats memorized for this one, because it has been so long. There's a lot of speedrun stuff that I have seen for Half-Life 2 that I don't know, I just physically can't do. But... Eh. But I can do that one quicker, I believe, than this. I believe I'm going... slow? Definitely not fast. I've spent a lot more hours in Half-Life 2 and Episode 2 than the other ones. We're going up. Going through. Yoink, 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 yoink. Just... God, there is a twang in this. All the audio has like some sort of twang, and I don't understand. I don't remember that being a plane. There we go.
For God's sake, open the silo door! They're coming for us! It's our only way out!
Rip.
Oh my God, we're doomed!
Idiotos.
Military personnel extremely tired.
Ouchie. Straight in the eye hole. Straight in the eye hole. I'm so used to that finishing. Okay. Yep. And then we go down here. Close that one. And then... Yep.
Who would have thought you would still be alive?
Black Mesa announcement now under military command. Fire containing door is down.
It's on the other side. Yep. Good thing those lasers are made with self-reflecting bullets. Bullshit? Self-reflecting bullshit? Is that what you... Self-reflecting bullshit. Yes.
Rescued at last. Thank God you're here.
Saved you. I'm just leaving you down here as well. Light don't reflect itself. I don't think those lasers were reflecting. Oh, what the... I forgot how bad the shape was. Was there a way to change the shape? Because I forgot how bad it is. Oh, puzzle time. Puzzle time? Of course. Ow. Of course. Of course. Just all hell broke loose. Okay. Up. Oh, shit. That's not cool. Oh, yeah, no, this is good. Cool, I'll take it. Oh. Oh. Bow bow bow. Bow 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 bow. Alright, gimme. You, Yankees. Down here. Down here. That way.
Shouldn't we try to capture a specimen?
See? Oh, so I'm on the other side of this now.
Science personnel
Okay.
outside for immediate questioning.
I don't know what I'm... What am I doing? Okay. Let's go the other way. So, don't run away from the grenades. Dead. Alright, cool, 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 cool. I was hoping that had a bit more health in it. It's the outside. Fucking bullet sponges. Oh, okay. Probably shouldn't have looked at him. Oh. That did so much damage. Okay. I need help. I need health so bad. Oh, there's some health. Work lifts be like, honestly, man. Kind of surprised that it still works, given that the state of the facility. Hey, stop! Stop it! It's a lot of beeps. Perfect. Ow. It's hurtful, sir. I gotta go this one. I think. This one? Maybe? Oh my god. Stop! This one.
Jill, 12.
Shoot me through the fucking grate. Oh, stop. How the fuck do I get out? Quit it.
Search and destroy force. Reports. Objective terminated.
No? Why am I stuck here? Did I miss something? No. Wasn't that way. Oh. There we go. Dan, thanks for dropping by. Have fun. Good luck at the b-ball in the morning. And sweet dreams. And I appreciate you. Where the fuck? Where am I going? Ugh. It's like a maze.
Well, so much for the government. Their idea is to kill everyone associated with the project. Judging from the past, part of it went wrong.
You going to bed?
Now look, anyone who enters the science center in the Lambda complex at the opposite end of
probably,
space. With the
Stupid.
transit system out, I couldn't
Love
tell
you.
you how to get there. But there's an old decommissioned rail somewhere through here, beyond the silo complex. If you can make it through the rocket test lab, you might be able to worm your way through the old tunnels to track down whatever's left of the Lambda.
I don't care. Down we go. Oh. Go away. Stop. Stop shooting. Perfect. Didn't even mean for that to happen, but I'll take it. Oh, I swear to... Alright, well... Well, utter stew, you are, how do you say, banned. Get out of here. come in here with that business. Emma the Taco, oh, thanks for following. Hey, how's it going? It's going good. Just playing some Half-Life. Zuna, how dare you? How dare you do that? Yeah, just Emma playing a little bit of Half-Life. Thinking of going through all of the You came in at out had a good time then, by the sounds of it. Half-Life, my dad's favorite game ever. Yeah, look, it might be my favorite game too. Well, not this one, number 2. I haven't played this one as much as the second one. Yeah, my dad's came here from the Australian tag. Ah, that's awesome. Fellow Australian, I'm assuming? Get dated, Marty. You know what? I don't need your... Look, Half-Life would be a dad game, okay? Like, a favorite. Half-Life 2 is dad... I'm not dad-aged. I'm not. Stop it. Ooh, American. But parents are from the UK. Ah. Did I mean to do that? Is the... Hey. Stop. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll take it. I'm not that age. There are people my age with kids. I am not one of those, thank you. Looked like you were just shooting the floor. Am I not always shooting the floor? I don't know. I don't know. I hear people in the early 1900s love this game. I swear to God. Leaf, you come out of nowhere with that? I swear. I was only in Australian tag because my friends and I were talking about Australia the other day. One of them brought up the dancing chick from the Olympics meme. Yes. Oh shit, what was her name? I've forgotten. Raygun, that's right, yes. Good thing the solid goop caught you. Yes. Raygun. Yeah. Yeah. Look, I mean... I think... I'm pretty sure she tried to... No, I'm pretty sure she tried to sue someone for... There's like a comedy club or something. In this house we respect Raygun. Do we, Sada? Yes, someone's yelling in front of her. But look, I don't have any strong or not strong feelings towards it. However, she sued or took someone to court. I'm not sure if they were making... Oh, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. Oops. I don't know what they were doing, but she ended up suing them or something. Respect me, just make fun of, right? Yes, Sada. That's why you guys respect me so much. All the time. It's great. So much. Alright. Alrighty. Ray is great at falling down. I don't know. My friend made a musical about Raygun and she sued her. Yes, because there was yes. Was that your friend, Will? I think I read that, and I think there was like a what the fuck was that? We dated in high school. Ooh, Will. Dating all the people that get sued? What? Chip, what are you doing? Chip's trying to get in the fucking office. I thought I could hear noises. What are you doing? Oh, fucking no. I thought someone was trying to break in for a second. No, it's just him. Dropping names like Reagan drops the beat. Oh, she drops something. I'm not sure if it's the beat, Sada. They're like, the only thing my friends know about Australia other than kangaroos, it's the Olympics meme. Yeah, there's not much going on here. Kangaroos, koalas, drop bears, ray gun. We made Wi-Fi. No, Bluetooth. Or both. We did something. Some cool things come out of it. You need to calm the fuck down, dude. Holy shit. What are you doing? You're so weird. The Danes, mate. No, god damn it, the Danes. Yeah, so okay, so Wi-Fi. So yeah, some cool stuff comes out of here. I swear I'm gonna go in here. Maybe that's after? Oh my god, it's been so long. Am I meant to go into down there first? Shit. Yeah, look, we do some stuff. My dad's good friends with one of the actors from one of the Wallace and Gromit movies. Won't say the name though. That's cool. That's really cool. Aren't they making another Wallace and Gromit movie? The Americans invented downloading. We invented Palestine. Ah, did we? I know we do some stuff. Fuck, I don't know. Oh god, he's somewhere. Chippers. What the? Oh, okay. The material is this one. God, Chip is just concerning all the time. Cochlear pants, implants was us, I believe. Yeah, okay. Emma the Taco, I have a question. Ooh, okay. Yes. Cock pants, clip it. No, don't clip my cock pants. Just jump in here. Yes. Yoink. Chip is loose. Okay, well that makes sense. Chip. No! God dang it. Is this just instant death, but not instant death? Am I meant to... Can I go somewhere here? No, okay. I swear this used to be instant death. Anyway. Would you rather have a pet headcrab, one of those little wee monsters with big eye? I would probably go pet head crab. Sure. Surely pet head crab. Because you could just de-beak, right? I mean... Okay. You de-beak him. Should be fun. The other thing that screams, yeah, the big eye one is this one here, the hound eye. Although they're pretty cute. If it was a de-beaked head crab, I would choose that one. If not, I would choose this. Oh wait, the screamer dog. Yeah, screamer dog, hound eye. Yes, yeah. So this here, the one that I shot a couple times. I would probably choose this one over a head crab, but if it was a de-beaked head crab, I'd choose that one. Because a de-beaked head crab would only try to couple with your head. But it couldn't do anything because there's no teethies. Nom nom nom. Alright. Come on. Alright, I go up and then go down. I go up to go down. There's actually a Half-Life mod where you side with the monsters and fight. Yeah, well, I believe I have seen that before. It's been a while then. Family story. Yeah, I haven't played that, but I have. Thanks. Ooh. Why was saying ooh? Ooh. Oh? Oh, accident. Oh? I believe I'm meant to go down, actually. Okay. Ooh? I think that's how you pronounce it, right? Surely. Surely. Ooh. Around the world. Oh, who's shooting at me? Oh! Oh, down there. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. Speedy boy. Speedzilla. Ooh. There we go. Let me. There we go. Yep. We're good. Was there more on this? Don't care. This was my home. Okay, that's both of those buttons done. Fuck. Thought I could make it. Thought I could make it. I'm on phone and struggling. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Okay. I got it. Don't spawn me right next to this guy. Yeah, Emma, what would you choose? Would you choose head crab or would you choose hound eye? These are the questions. Thank you. Okay. Bruh, no one's in there. What are you trying to... What? Don't try and get in the office. Oh, 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 oh. Shouldn't have jumped that. We're good. Beautiful. Back around we go. Why? What? Oh, it's because I was back there. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Don't give me this radiation. No, I don't want to die.
Excellent. Someone's restored all power. We'll have the engine up again in no
I
time.
can't hear you if you're yelling at me, bud. What are you doing? Where are you? Come back here. Zuna, can I chuck him in with you? Come here. Come here. Ugh. Say no night stream. No night. Yeah. I'll dump all of the issues. I'm dumping them. No, come back, come back, come back. No, he hasn't needed to. He's just being no. What have I missed? Oh, bycat. I think it said ban cat. And I was like, We can ban the cat. Okay, cool. We're back. We're good. Chip isn't trying to get into places that he's not allowed to. What am I getting notified on? Oh! I'm on 151 of my streak my day streak in a LinkedIn game. Don't ask me why I'm playing a LinkedIn game. But I'm at 151 days. And I don't know why I'm proud of that. Why would you take damage from that? There was no other way to get down. Kinda hurts. Why would... What do you... Why play? I don't know. I don't know why play. Why play? Can I... Can I bump you? Oh, can I take you? Can I take... I would like to take you. Gimme. Oh my god. Let's go. Sweet. And then I believe... Just because I don't want it to fucking shoot me down. And then I believe I can go over there now. I believe. Oh, okay. Turn this up. Oh. Alrighty. Hey, Tooz, how you doing? How's your stream tonight? What did you play? I wasn't able to join in. I was doing work, but I was lurking in a couple others, and then I just got pulled away for work. But then I saw you guys streaming, and I was like, "Ooh, I want to join," but then I don't know. I got carried away with something else. I think I can go this way. On me in. Da-da-da-da-da. Can I go in here? Son of a bitch. I forget how to get in there. Is it? It's good, just chill and chat on marbles. Ooh! Was it Gams? Was everyone Gambers? I love a good gamble on the old marbles. Alright, I think I've got to go to another one. Went to that one, went to that one. Fuck. I think I got power. I need oxygen and fuel. Marty, how you know everyone? What the fuck, BBQ? You know, I don't know. It's just... I don't know. Just what I do. Just happens. Don't stop. Not. You should, yeah, being shorter, you meet everyone. You meet new people. You know, just be shorter. Just be shorter. He pays us. No, I don't. No, I don't. Guys, shh. I told you that in confidence. I pay you in confidence. Shh. Okay, so I'm meant to get in there. Fuck, am I... It's been so long. How do I get in? Is it a vent? It's probably a vent, right? So that's the way I came in. And I did that one. No, he doesn't pay us at all. Everyone, that's wrong. Thank you. Thank you for clearing up the air. Clearing the air up? Thanks for clearing it up. Jeez. Fuck. I think... Yeah, free friend. Right. Fuck, I could have done that this... Alright. Whatever. Hey, Bombay! I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet. No other reason. Hey, Bombay. Hey, Kawi. How you doing? What were you streaming? Small Cosmic. Hello. Hello. How was the stream? What were you playing? Okay, I'm not going to deal with you. And waste precious bullets. Oh, now I'm in the water. I don't want to be in the water. League of Legends. But that's not important. Okay. Were you winning? Were you winning? Is the question. W game. Half-Life is great. An all-time classic. I'll lie to you and say yes. Okay. We'll say you won. We'll say you won. Congratulations. Congratulations for winning. Twos, thank you for dropping by. And just chilling. You can chill. You can do whatever you want. I appreciate you. This is where I park my car. Hello, Senor Bishop. Senor Bishop. Yeah. Okay. Alright, okay, yeah. It's good for you to drop by as well. It was just feeling a little bit unfair that I was seeing jumping into your streams a bit, and you could look at me. But you know, I'm glad you don't push me off. Don't push me off. Rude. Back here, fucking hell. I was too close to that. Whatever. I'll start again. It's in the contract. We have to return the favor. Oh, no, the contract was you come and see me once, and then I have to do it double. No. It's good. Nice to get that line. Alright, this way. What for Sunday, King? I'll be going for the Tigers. The Sunday King? Be gunning for Tarkov? Someone playing a game of Tarkov on Sunday? Thank you for the follow. I did. It might have been. I used to stream years and years ago, on and off, and I'm trying this thing where I try and get a single stream in once every week at the moment. But yeah, no, I haven't streamed. I think that my last one was 2001 or something. But yeah, look, you might have followed me from back then, or then recovers from. Yeah, it takes me a month to. It's a lot of energy, and I don't have that energy, Sada. Okay. 100% the beard. Yeah, the beard was a little bit longer and a little bit more scragglier a couple of weeks back. I had to trim it, unfortunately. W streamer. You're too kind. You're too kind. Wait. Were they there before? I remember opening this door and having to. I don't know. Do new. Alright, I gotta press it. Up, 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 up. Don't push me. There we go. Cool. We're good. And then... Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Man, some games just hold up so much. They do, they do. There's a few things of this, and I'm not sure. The movement seems faster than I have played before. So I'm not sure if it's tied to FPS. That should be good. And then we do that. Ooh. There we go. Eh. But outside of that, I forgot how just classic it is. It's also got the old school difficulty too. It's... Oh, I can't... I'm so used to just the second one. I wanted to like roll it in. But you can't do that on this one. Alright. We're good? Oh. Power. Yeah, I wanted to jump into this just because it's been so long, and then there's also the rumors and all of that's gone around. So I thought I'd jump in, and the plan is to play this one and then get through the other ones as well before a third one might be released, maybe. Who's to say? Alright. Oof. Grenades. Gimme. Gimme. Yeah, this is absolute classic. That hurts. Not let me go. I thought you could go through here. I thought you could. Maybe that's just in... Oh. Maybe that's just in Black Mesa where you could go through that class. Or the open area. If it would be white, I wonder how similar they would be. Yeah, I'd be curious too. I assume you have played Alex, the VR one, because even that is different. But yeah, I'd be revolver. Or would they give it some real crazy... I have a feeling they would probably do both. Keep it similar, but you gotta... It's been so long, right? So you'd have to do some crazy stuff. I think episode 3 we're running in jet boots. That might be too crazy, I think, for this. But I wouldn't put it past them to... No, couldn't have made that. I think I got to go from the top. Huh. Back at the start. Am I at the start? What's this? Where am I? Oh. I'm not sure. Not sure. So in episode 3, judging by the documentary that came out, what, last year? There was going to be like a weaponizer that would let you modify elements like the like ice and I'm assuming water as well. So there might be something to do with that. It's so hard. I'd be excited, honestly. Didn't need to be scared at all. Some portal type puzzles. Yeah, I think oh, alright, you meant to... Yep. I think at this point you'd have to reference Portal at some point. Because they're obviously in the same universe. Same universe, whether or not you include the oh my god. Whether or not you include the portal gun is another thing, but I hope they keep the gravity gun. And I think that's just...
Mister, you can get the power.
At this point, it's so iconic.
Straight to the surface.
Alright, yep. Well, don't do that. Right, I gotta push the thing in the middle. I forget. I'm not sure if you can actually kill it or not. God. I remember this part being so fucking hectic. I don't know what it is, but there was just a lot going on and I have no idea why. Why would you ever want to close that door? Right? Okay. Yeah. Don't. Not the gun for it. Not the gun for it at all. Don't throw a grenade. Ah. Alright. So I think this is where it, if I remember, starts to get a bit whack with a bunch of different paths and just not clear on what you're meant to do. Because I know my goal at the moment. Oh my god, stop. So I've got to push that trolley onto the... Forgot. I've got grenades. Oh my god, there's another one. It's a lot of fellas. Oh yeah. Oh, there's more. Alright. We're good. So I'm gonna go down to this power generator. Yeah, I've got to put the trolley onto the thing, and then I think I used that trolley for the next trapdoor. Oh my god. Stop. You son of a bitch. Cool. That'll do it. Alright. And away we go. More hand-eye. No. Stop. Stop it. Get back. They are adorable. They need to be put down. Alright. Dead. Alright. Generator's working. Okay. And then here I can... Oh, no. Press that button. And we're good. Power unit on. We're good. And then we go up. There's got to be a way to, like, fly up, right? Surely. Surely. No? Okay. I guess I'll just go up. Go up the usual way. SMG. I was in the middle, sir. Like I was in the middle. Why would you do that? And I think I love it, but I think just because there's so many. No, I was in the middle. Do I have to wait for them to get off? Is that what the issue here is? Do I need to get their attention and run back? So that comes down. Well then, they don't come off. Sir. Oh, my eye, why are you twitching? Okay. And then... Is there a reason why? Yeah. Let it go up. Okay. Let it come down. Then I'll get on it. Here. Okay, there we go. I think maybe it's to do with velocity and then too much velocity and it just kills them on the spot. Don't chuck a grenade at me or try to. Stop. Okay, so that's there. Nothing over here? Alright, cool. Easy. We're flying through it. Grenades, health, don't need. Down one more. This one. Back. So. Okay. No. Alright. Oh, I forget that I've got the track power off.
I'm never gonna make it. You pick me off, or...
Oh, he's still there. Where's the track power? Nope. Okay, not that way. So track power, I believe, is out somewhere, right? Yeah. Alright, sure. Is there a map? Might have to maybe just run for it. Let's do that. Down here? Yep. There we go. Easy. Easy peasy. One squeezy. Yeah. So now I get hurt when I'm walk on the tracks. Goes there. And I go here. Away we go. Smashing through it.
Freeman, I've been waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you. we're good. Stay in the middle. Sick. We made it. Yeah, this is the... This is the stupid level. Done. Die. Sir, stop. Stop it. Oh, this bit's so dark. Do I have to... Oh, yeah. So back where we were. Oop. So I think I'll move that out the way, but I'm going to do that. I think I've got to go in there. Can't remember. All I remember is that this bit's very annoying. Okay. Yeah, so... I'm gonna go straight here. Don't worry about in there, although that might be where we need to go. Does that bit just loop around? I think I've got to go into that middle area, actually. Now that I think about it. Or here. Or here. Up. Up. Alright. And that is where I'm meant to go. Fucking on rails. Super. I know, I think I left it going full speed. No? Are we good? Oh. It's so quiet now. Cool. I think that's it. Everyone's dead? Nope. Nope. Stop it. Fuck. 11 health. I don't know. Don't know how that's going to go with 11 health. Oh my god. Fucking head crab stand. There's some more health there. Okay. Cool. I don't know where my trolley is anymore. That is a ow, 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 ow. That's a problem. No. My headphones just died. So I guess we're doing it without okay. This is it here. Cool. Oh, it's there. Health. Thank you. Alright, cool. What? Okay. Oh. What something's happening there. Okay, we're good. Hell yeah. Alright. Don't spawn. Ooh, ooh. Alright. Cool. Cute. Shouldn't go that way. Yeah. Did you shoot me? That's rude. That's okay, there. Surrender, free man. Cool. I think I'm just gonna climb up here, right? No? How do open door?
Now let's get the hell out of here.
Maybe it's back here. New. Oh, am I meant to ring? What? What? Okay. I'm just meant to interact with that. Okay. Sure. Okay. Here we go. Clearly the wrong gun to use there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright. And then off we go. You're all dead. Dead, 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 dead. Apparently I haven't killed you yet. Let's get that. Then in we go. Can I? Well done. There we go. Okay. Whoa. I think we're past the confusing section now. Right? I think so. I think it's all just one. Fuck. Oh my god, no. Right. Good. We're good. Right there. Yep. Good. There we go. Easy. Easy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whew. Alright, cool. That's everything on that side, nothing over there. That's the way I'm meant to go.
Okay, check in. Move in.
Q. Did they try and... What? Did they try and... Yeah. I think they did. I think they tried to run through their minds. That is hilarious. Okay. We're doing good. I think. Yep. Hey, stop. Stop it. Stop throwing grenades. So. Easy. Easy peasy. Oh, lemon squeezy. Cool. We do that. On we go. Continuing this roller coaster. We're taking this. I don't trust going up in that at all. I don't trust going up in that either. Is there a... Oh no, okay. Okay. Cool. I'm glad those boxes had what I needed. Easy. Oh, oh. Easy peasy. Yep, yep. They're fine, they're fine. Stop. Stop. Going up. That's right. I believe the biggest complaint about this level was that it was too long. You had a train set like this once. Out. Yeah, we'll go this way. Okay. Alright, and then we go down. Did it have all the... electrics? No, don't. Stop. All the electricity going past as well. Did he get zapped? Okay. So I guess we go by foot now. Ooh. We're outside. Excuse me?
So, who is this guy, Freeman? Yeah, maybe. All I know for sure is he's been killed.
Oh. It's kind of a dick move. Interesting. I think I meant to... do that. And then... push it over here.
Team, let's check. Okay. Negative.
And then go this way.
Okay, mission 09er. Roger.
Right? Open.
Lookout. Check.
No? Okay. Maybe over this way? So, jump. There we go. Maybe, what's that? Oh no. Stuck. Where? Oh, where? Am I meant to go here?
Everything okay there? Command post. Team in position. Over.
There. Okay.
Radio check. Over.
Yep.
Sir.
So I made it to this door. But why? Why did it work that time? I don't have much health. I don't know what you want me to do with not much health. Maybe I'll just throw this in the backup. Why did the door open this time but not previous?
I didn't sign on for this shit.
Weird. Okay. No. No health in here. Maybe health in here? Health. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Shooting out rockets. Definitely should be able to get through there, but whatever. And then No? Is it back through here? Here we go. And then I send it down. Oh no. What do I just get on here? This one goes much faster too. Ooh, is it easy? Easy. Zombie? We're back in Zombie Town. Then like whatever's started to hurt me there.
Vital signs critical.
Why am I on this side? I hate underwater. Alright. Is there an oxygen bar somewhere? Through this way. Why am I on this side? And no ladder. I feel like that. Oh, right. I meant to jump around. Right. Now I get it. Really? No. No. They're fucking leeches, that's right. Forgot about that. Why is this not making sense to me? Why did those appear? Wait. What? Am I meant to be on that side? Wow, that was confusing. Fucking leeches. In. Go away, leech. Go away, leech. That's why I came. This way. This way. Easy. Easy. That's why we hate water parts. Good.
No. There's a tranquilizer in the shark cage. I'm not sure if it works on this species. You're welcome to try.
No. He sucks. It sucks so much. Fucking Ichiosaur, whatever they're calling it.
Did you see? They said it was Challenger Deep. I'm puzzled that beast never swept the terrestrial waters until a week ago. There's a tranquilizer in the shark cage. I'm not sure.
Oh. Alright. Drop down. Like this. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Easy. Easy kill. What's happening? Fucking Yeah, I'm getting hurt. I get it. I get it. I get it. Oh, I should. I think that's up a bit. I can just sneak on under. Yep, there we go. Fuck, I forgot how big this game is. Yep. We're good. We're good. We're good. Not good. Yep. Alright. And then we up. Dead. Q. That goes up and down, I believe. It's this way. Okay. Fuck. I knew I shouldn't have done it. That's alright. We'll do that and quickly go down here and grab all this stuff. So you, yep. Thank you very much.
science team has been tracking your progress with the Black Mesa security system. Unfortunately, so is the military. That suit of yours is full of tracking devices. Still, it's better than going naked in this place. It's cold in there, and you'll have to hurry. It could sap your suit power in a matter of moments. If you're bent on reaching the Lambda complex, then you'll want to keep to the older industrial areas where the security system is full of holes. It's worked for me, so far. All right.
Let me in. Do the thing. I don't need to. Alright, there we go. Oh my god, I wish the camera would fucking shake every time. In. In.
Freeman, right? I got the line.
You got nothing. Oh fuck, this is... It's like a couple of them, isn't it? I think there was a couple. And I thought they were worse. Yep. There they are. They're as bad as I thought, as I remembered. I gotta remember to bloody quick save. Quick load. Soup.
Gordon Freeman,
Let me in.
the science team has
Okay.
been tracking your progress.
You're talking a lot of gibberish. Okay. Cool. Save.
Freeman, right? I got a message for you. Make sure you don't...
Yeah, okay. One shot? So did the other one spawn? Oh, they're there. They're somewhere. Where you at? There you go. Huh. Never knew that was a one-shot to him. Save it there though. Because they are very annoying. Surface access this way.
all four. We got him. Let's kill him now. And if they find the body? Body? What body?
What body? Not having it. Let's try this again. I am gonna save there though. Nope. Not you. And we're in. I would like your pistol, sir. Kill the guard to get the gun. I forget when you get your other guns back. Oh my god. No, I'm not in. There we go. Okay. Is there a way to get back up? Yeah. Yeah. You know? Why? Why am I all glidey? Okay. Cool. We're in further, we're in deeper. Yep. Conveyor belts. This way. Yep. This side. Down, under, up, round. all that again, but on the right side. Yep. Okay. Fairly yep. Did not mean to do that one. Okay, cool, so that's the other side. Ow. Ow. Stop. Okay, so we're all just going forwards now. That is that. Okay. So now we should just. Oh wait, why are those going again? There we go. Easy. Oop. Yep. Where does this put me? On the stairs. I don't know why I can't jump there. God damn it. I was really close to making it. Yep, yep, you're good. Yep, yep, yep. Now watch out. Alright. Get close to making it. I'm trying, Sada. Thanks, Sada. Appreciate it. I might actually quickly go to the toilet, so I'm going to save that. And then I'll... This is great ASMR, is it? You just be hearing the conveyor belts and some aliens, I guess, in the background. Nothing too crazy. Yeah. Boop. Questionable ethics. Whew. Alright, I might actually end it there. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. And I wasn't feeling too good just before, so I'm gonna end it here. But we've made some good progress. I forget how far into the game we are. But yeah, we've made a lot of progress actually, so yeah, we're not going to raid out just because I'm not. I think I need to just finish because this headache is killing me now. Not bad, pretty good. Yeah. I think they're both asleep, so I'm gonna get some medicinal drugs to not have a headache. But anyway, thank you for tuning in and watching me. Droogs, yeah. I hope you have a great night. Get some sleep. And yeah, we'll come back to this, I think, next stream, because I would like to finish this so I can get on to the other ones. But yeah. Yep. Alright, no, thank you, Sada, and lurkers. I appreciate you all. Thank you for keeping me company. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, night. No. Thank you, you bastard. Alright. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your day, night, or time zone, and I'll thank you, Sada. You didn't have to. I appreciate that. Finger slipped. Okay. Thank you. 5 times. What are we going to do with you, Sada? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll catch you next time. I've seen your apartment. Boys gotta eat. It's such a tiny apartment. But yeah, I'll catch you next time. We'll do a little paint date or whatever. Let me know about tabletop 40k. I'm keen. I don't know how to play. But yes, our Necrons can bonk. Yeah, we gotta do stuff, but it's gonna be hard. I think over the next few weeks, it's just gonna be busy. But we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some droogs and drink some water and get some food in me. Yeah, have a good night. Professional unemployed man, I have time. And you do your professional unemployment so well. Alright. I really got to jump off. I appreciate you all, and thank you very much, and I'll catch you next stream. Bye bye.